And welcome to Valderon's channel. Today we will not be playing No Man's Sky, but we'll be talking a little bit about games and the situation around those. And in a little bit later I will be playing a very old game, but and telling you how you can actually get your hands on it if you are interested. And that's what it's going to be today. So a little bit talky, and then we take some gameplay when we get to an hour's time in, I will assume, depending on what I can say about the games I have picked out today. I made a little bit of a blunder earlier today because I actually looked at some upcoming games, and it's very kind of I could talk about that. I would like to talk about that, but it takes a little bit of preparation to actually do that. So there will be something about some games next Saturday where I will actually kind of go in and talk about upcoming games and what I find interesting. And I'll see if I can find some videos or links for to test them out, maybe even sit and play some demo games or something like that. But it takes a little bit more preparation than I already had done. This prep I do through the week, and not Saturday afternoon just before I'm going on. So trying to find the best to channel out to you guys, and I will stay around the things that I normally talk about. So Xbox, Game Pass, Steam, Epic Games, that's certain things I will be mentioning at least, and going a little bit to other things which is close to my heart. So there is a little bit spread around. So the first one on the agenda is kind of not really on the agenda, but many people were surprised that Xbox Game Pass suddenly had a new game which were uploaded, and that is Mortal Shell. I do not know a lot about it, but it just popped in without being announced or anything. So it seems like they are just now popping games in. So if you have Xbox Game Pass, then keep an eye up because it might not always be announced. So you will need to keep an eye on it. One of the upcoming games I saw something about is actually Potion Craft, Alchemist Simulator. If you are into simulator games, that's something which might interest you. It is literally you create potions, and there's a little bit of magic in it, so that is it's a different simulator, but if you're into simulator games, that might be interesting for you to give it a try if you have Xbox Game Pass. So much about that, but keep an eye out, or open your ears and listen in to the different things which pops up. People like me keeping an eye on those which interest me will give you the information when I have them. Another thing that I've been talking about before, I I have it. Yeah. Epic Games. They also have revealed what they are going to release in the start of the year, and I should actually have checked it was on the page, but well, it's not there yet. It might actually be, but anyway, they will start around the 12th to 19th January with the free games. One of them will be First Class Trouble. It is not on yet. Oh yeah, it is. They're coming soon, so 12 to 19 it will be revealed. It is a co-op game more than anything else, and we can look at the trailer for it. And for some reason I don't have any audio.
Not okay. It's not okay.
Not like this.
Deduce, deceive, but most importantly, have fun and enjoy the chaos.
That dude's burning over there. Come here, come here, come here, come here.
Oh, God.
I am seriously thinking about maybe get someone and stream this on a Saturday, seen from both sides, so that could be relatively interesting. But this come out from the 12th of January, so it looks kind of funny. It might be one of those games you play it and then you never again. I'm not sure, but I'm willing to give it a try. And
Welcome to the
yeah, no, I don't want to hear you again. Another one which I saw in the upcoming game, Kerbal Space Program, that is coming with a, I believe, Kerbal Space Program 2. So if you are on Epic Games and got it for free and really like it, then a newer version should be coming soon. So that's a little bit about these things. But again, you don't have to buy games to play them. Just sign up with things like this, and you actually can get quite interesting games for free. You also can buy them very expensive. If you want, I'm kind of looking forward to is Hogwarts Legacy, where Sarah's Gaming Town will be spamming that from the release day, but I hope I'll be able to give it a go as well, but we'll have to see. I'm not sure I want to pay 60 quid for it. I know you can find it cheaper out there, and that's as I always try to explain, be vigilant, be smart, try to find easy, cheap options if you can. I will always try to direct you where you might be able to find things in a cheaper version than the most expensive. So that was Epic Games for this time. They do hand out free games, and all you have to do is sign up with them, and that is quite easy to do. I have another one with free games. It's not something I have done, but again, it points to Epic Games Store. Many you are already members of will give you free games, but other than that, there are games like Fortnite, Apex Legends, Overwatch 2, which is free for you. So if you want those kind of, I think they're called arena games, then that's where you can go and actually kind of get some playtime, play with other people, get your adrenaline pumping if you are into that kind of rush. And it's not bad going down that, how can you say it, alley, if you really want to try out how games work for you. It's a little bit silly go down the road and pay, let's say, 60 quid to find out that game is not really me. So I always think it's better to go out, get some free games, try the genres you think will suit you. And as I'm trying to appeal to a little bit more to let's say a more mature audience, even though it's no guarantee that that's where it would be going, because everyone can actually take those advices I give and use them, because it's useful for anyone, no matter how old you are. If you like what you see, if I show you something and you can't find it, let me know. I'm always trying to help people to find the things. If you have an old game you would like to know a bit more, can I still get it? The answer is possible, yes. The question is, can your new computer actually run that? That's another question, and it sometimes end up with some very funny combinations, because a faster computer sometimes also make the game faster, and it actually becomes unplayable. I had myself I tried some very old DOS games, and they were not geared for modern computers, so it really had to be tweaked down in speed, and I succeeded, but that it didn't really work out well. So it's not the games from 40 years ago or 35 years ago which will work the best. However, many of them has been shined up for newer computers, newer operating systems. So there is a chance. And if you get stuck in a situation where you would like to have some help, PM me. I'm happy to help, or ask the question in chat. But feel free to do it. I'm happy to try to help out. So much for that. A new game coming. It's one which I kind of think it looks interesting. So let me get it out and put it on the screen. It is from Bethesda. You might know them from the Elder Scrolls series, but they also do other things. And this is kind of taking the RPG out to space. Sorry, I'm pausing it for a second. Stop a second. I want to make my picture a little bit smaller so you better can see the screen. You want to see the game, not me. And now there's commercials. Oh dear. Ah well. This game, I don't understand this demo, by the way. I believe it's a free game on Facebook. And it doesn't make sense, but let's have a look at Starfield.
Control, this is Constellation Starship Frontier. We're ready to start on your signal.
As you know, some of you know that I play No Man's Sky. So I'm always interested in new space games.
Plotting jump course. Sky has converged. We're looking good. Allocating auxiliary reactor power. System checks are green across the board. Grav jump commencing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It's hard to express how excited all of us at Bethesda are to be here with you today. We're so grateful you're spending the time, and we know you've waited a long time to finally see Starfield. It's easily our most ambitious game ever. Like our previous games, it's an epic role-playing game where you get to be who you want and go where you want. But this time, you'll be exploring space. So let's jump right in. This is early in the game as you arrive on the mysterious moon of Crete.
So for me, there is a lot of similarities from what I have seen so far with No Man's Sky. But I have a feeling it's only the visual side.
According to the scanners, the abandoned research facility is in this direction.
Well, if you like to see a lot of different planets, animals, plants, feel free to join me 3 times a week where I am on No Man's Sky. This is going to be the game graphics. I would say it's
It would
rather.
appear that pirates of the Crimson Fleet are using the facility.
It's rather fascinating. They have done a very good job, and if they keep that up, this is going to be an award-winning game.
Nothing works now that
A little bit of a commercial from YouTube. That's unfortunate, but
My father used to smile like that.
I'm not smiling.
Exactly.
I would say this is act. Oh my, World of Warships. I try to play that. So here you have the space exploration, you have first-person shooter elements into it.
After some initial encounters, you're invited to join Constellation, who, in the future the game is set in, are the last group of space explorers. To meet them, you'll head to the capital city of New Atlantis.
Welcome to Constellation. We have a lot to talk about. We're all here because we're committed to the biggest question of all. What's out there? These artifacts could be everything we've been looking for. As to what they are, what they're building. You'll be part of solving that puzzle now.
So, you found something?
A new guy found it.
You dug up the artifact, right? That means you saw it. The visions?
The artifact you found appears to be one of many, scattered across the galaxy. If we can find more, we can unlock their secrets.
Beautiful, isn't it? The man who sold me this told me that it spoke to him.
Of course, the settled systems is full of groups with other priorities.
That's the Crimson Fleet! Everybody get ready!
The fleet doesn't follow the rules.
Force. Agree to work for UCC's dev. Together, we take down these cutthroat pirates.
We're not just here to shoot the bad guys. We're peacekeepers. We protect the people of the Free Star Collective.
When you sign up with the Crimson Fleet, no one quits. The only way out is death.
The path ahead may be dangerous. But we are not stopping.
Most Dusties don't even make it this far.
Because whatever lies at the end of this road will change humanity forever.
That gives you a look at the stories in Starfield. But ultimately, it's not our story, it's the story you create by who you are and the choices you make.
I'm going to stop it here, but it looks like a very, very amazing game, and it is supposed to release in first or second quarter of 2023. I will be keeping an eye out for it, and I will give more information as I get that, which comes from their side. Bethesda is one of the studios I keep an eye on, because I do like the Elder Scrolls series as well, and I do feel it's something which is worth having a look at least if to find out whether the games which pops up, if it's something for me or it's not. But this looks amazing, and that might be something I will maybe acquire and try out from day one, seeing how that fits in with everything. But it looks amazing. The only thing which concerns me a little bit is the first person shooter. I am not the greatest with my reactions, but let's see. It could be that I could actually survive long enough to make it interesting. Otherwise, it will be a stream at some point where Valorant dies a lot. That's the reality, and that's the route it's going down of. Okay, the next one is just a picture I'm going to show you. We're going World of Warcraft. Blizzard has given a timeline over what will come out, and there is the interesting things is there will be new zone, new raid, even profession updates in early summer, I would say late spring, early summer. There is a little bit in between. I'm a little bit interested in find out what Mega Dungeon is. I will look more into that and give you some of that information as I find it. That is kind of interesting, and they have a holiday refresh. I would say if that means what I think it means, it's about time, because the list of holiday achievements has not changed much over the last 10-15 years, so that could do with a refresh system and actually give people a little bit new things to play for as well. I feel very often Blizzard has failed out on the achievement system. They took away a lot of things, and now they started adding a few back, so let's see how it goes. And autumn season 3 will start, and there will be a new zone, new raid, so there will be new Mythic Plus dungeon pool, and additional content and features. So let's see what that is. But they have it planned, and that's a good thing. So let's see how it pans out as we go. And that was it about Blizzard. Now I'm going to World of Tanks, which is another of the games I play a lot. And here we actually have a video. See if I can get that to play properly. Battle Pass is soon starting, so this is how they present it. For those who doesn't know it, Highway is a map in the World of Tanks, supposedly somewhere in America.
Scanning. Battle Pass. Judgment Day detected.
So for those who doesn't know, what is on
Location,
the top
base
is for
reward
everyone.
progression. Commander
What's
John
on the
Connor.
bottom is for people who
Next of kin.
buy the
Sarah Connor.
premium
Location.
Battle Pass.
Skynet Fighter Bundle.
Go back to where you came from.
It includes Commander Sarah Connor, a style, decal, and reserves.
So if you're playing free-to-play
Commander
games, the top
T-800.
part you can actually get without
Enemy
paying for it.
location. The perfect weapon bundle. Commander T-1000.
This is Judgment Day.
Hostile spotted.
I have heard some
Hostile
rumors
detected.
that you might not be able to get the tank for free, but that I have to investigate further. Because they normally don't put it on if you can't get it. I must say I like the skin that the American tank have gotten, the Terminator look.
Battle Pass, Judgment Day. Collect all sets of rewards from the legendary movie.
So that is going to start Oh, I shouldn't have closed that tab because I need to see the date when it actually starts. It is almost from the 12th of January. So if you want to jump on from there, and there's 2 weeks with this, so that's a very short period for a battle pass, but it is a special. So the improved pass, which was what I call premium pass, would be cost 3,500 gold in game. So yeah, that is going to be a hard one, and you have to buy the improved pass to get the thing. So nothing is free in this world, unfortunately. But it starts, and if you are into to try it out, then feel free. World of Tanks is free to play, but it's very hard to play it for free. If you want to progress properly, you probably need either premium time or buy some gold from time to time. Otherwise, you will be lacking stuff. I have been thinking about starting a free-to-play account and play on sometimes just to stream it, but I know Quickie Baby has done that, but he's a way better player than I am, so I would be more the average Joe sitting playing, and it would take me very long time to actually get to the situation where I get anywhere. But let's see. At the moment, my project is still No Man's Sky 3 times a week, and this one once a week with a little bit of talk, and play some alternate games and look at and try to get into, well, old games pretty much. A little bit about a rumor. There is a lot of rumors around Valve. Well, Valve is the company which is behind Steam, and they are doing the same as they did before last time they released a game. And speculations is it a new Half-Life which is coming? I know a lot of Half-Life fans is hoping that will be the case, but I don't really want to be speculating around rumors, so I will keep an eye, and if as soon as I see something, look at my stream, it will be there at some point. It's exciting if the fabled Half-Life 3 will finally come out, but until we know more, I'm not going to say any more about it. But those of you which is on Steam, go and have a look out for it, because that's where you will find the information. Otherwise, as said, I will keep an eye, and I will announce it on one of my Saturday streams if I hear something or see something which is more factual. So until then, keep an eye out. So we are almost at the time where I want to play a game, and the game I have chosen today is a really old one, and I'm actually going to play it on Steam. It's Heroes 3 HD edition, so it's been shined up. It's a game which is, well, very old. I think it's 25 years old, at least. It's one I used to play quite a lot. If you notice here, it says playtime 21 hours. I do not play it normally on Steam. But I haven't, because I used, well, I should explain, because I actually don't play Heroes 3. I play Heroes 3.5 in a version called VOG, W-O-G, which is a heavily modded version which gives a lot of other things which is not in the base game. Those of you who have been following me a little bit know I always talk a lot about modding and mods and stuff like that. But I'm not afraid of trying to improve a game if I like the game. Some people would say I'm ruining the game by doing it, but the 3.5 was something which was made. It was made mainly in Russia. I know that's a very nasty word to say nowadays, but actually at that time when it was made, it was actually before the wall fell and all that, and they didn't have access to as many games as we did. And Heroes 4 had just came out, and that brought the game in a little bit of a different direction. So in order to make Heroes 3 more challenging, they made this Heroes 3.5, and it was absolutely amazing. It has changed its name, so if you Google it, you will be sent to something else. I can't remember right now what it's called. But if you have never played Heroes 3, Heroes of Might and Magic, then start with the base game. I will try to sit and play it for the rest of the evening today and see if it actually stands the time. So as I said, it's 25 years old, or maybe even older. I could probably check that out by going on Wikipedia. So $1999. Okay. 24 years, so I was not entirely wrong. 24 years. However, that is that is old for a game, but I actually know that a lot of people still have a lot of interest in the game and still play it. I'm still in contact with people who have been playing it since it came out. The game itself had 4 DLCs. So if you're not on Steam, I actually don't know what the price is on Steam, but however, if you are interested in it, you can go to GOG, which means goodoldgames.com. They sell a lot of old games very cheap. They also have expensive games, new games, but if you go down here, they have a list. And I actually bought one of mine from them. That's the one I made to a 3.5 because I needed. The Steam one is very difficult to do it because Steam puts it in different folders and I couldn't get it to work. So I actually looked here and saw, well, £2.19 for the game complete. Because in order to play 3.5 you need to have the base game. It will not work without, because it needs the files from the base game. That's how it is. But you see, the game is $2.19, and you can see there's a lot of old games which is relatively cheap. There's Heroes 4, it's the same price, but it's a little bit different. I might actually get that at some point and play as well. I kind of liked it, but they have a lot of cheap games. So as I said, if there's something you're looking for, feel free to ask me if I know where to find that game. You see, this game, I actually kind of liked it when it was new. It's a trading game, 49 pence. I mean, have that stand the test of time? That's not a question, but you can see there is so many cheap games, older games, and yeah, I do not need to say more. Bear with me a second, I need to open the window, it's getting very warm in here. Weather is very weird in Britain at the moment. It's raining outside and it's windy, but the temperature is actually relatively high. So, sorry for that, but notice the original Diablo you can get from here, but it's not cheap. If you are interested in that, look at Blizzard store, because there is sometimes, if you buy one of the newer ones, you get the older ones for free, but you need to check that up yourself. But alright, GOG.com, good old games. They can be obtained from here. And yes, you can also get them from Steam, but I believe the price was higher on Steam. The Steam one is an HD edition, so it's a little bit nicer in the graphic than the original. As I already have it. $12.49. So you actually don't need to pay that for it. You can buy them all for $124.73. Oh, I might do that after the stream. No, I won't. I would not spend stupid money on buying games like that. Bundles is one of the worst and best bargains you can have, because sometimes on Steam you get a bundle and you pay for 2 games and get 20. Brilliant. Other times they bundle together a lot of old games and put a very pricey tag on, and if you look other places like Good Old Games or even shop around, you can find cheaper options if you buy them one by one. So don't always jump into the trap. Calculate a little bit about what the game turns out to be. Okay. My Sophos is not happy. That's not good. I'll try again. Oh, wrong button. No, I don't want to go on Teams. Go away. So, the weird part is I actually had the game open earlier, so Sophos is sometimes a little annoying. Yeah, I'm not putting that on screen. So bear with me while I do this. So, please ignore Steam. It's a little bit annoying if I can't play games from Steam, and I've wasted all my money. That's a joke, but yay! Thank you, Sophos, for allowing me to play my game. I'm very happy. I'm very happy. So, I have, special offer. I always get paranoid when I get two windows up when I open something, because that's what is happening here. Sorry for this. I'm getting up some weird information here. I don't know. I don't know. I shouldn't get that. So I might adjust the camera a little bit. I would say the old one loads up in a very different way. This one...
7 weeks have passed since we set sail from Enroth. Slaves freed from our skirmishes with Regnan fleets talk of the turmoil in Arathia. I suspect their stories are true, but I must see the evidence with my own eyes. The ocean tides were kind enough to bury the fallen on its shores. However, the smoking ruins of Cloudfire greeted us with nothing but destruction and the stench of death. With no survivors, only the battlefield could tell me what happened here.
I'm letting this run, so get a little bit of an idea.
Despite the breadth of devastation, the presence of Minotaurs suggests a raiding party. However, the ranks were too well organized.
What the whole backstory is. Believe me, it doesn't look like this in the game, but I would say even in 1999 that was clickbait.
This is the work of the dungeon overlords. Evidently, the wizards were prepared, but overrun nevertheless. These atrocities rend my heart and fuel my anger. Arathia's banner must be respected, never disgraced. I think of my beloved Roland and my son Nikolai, and how much further this war will carry me from them. But my duty is clear. My father's kingdom must survive. Arathia must not fall to its enemies.
So I will kill the music when we start the game, because otherwise I will be raving mad. The game is a turn-based fantasy world where there is a lot of different things. Those who play Warhammer, for instance, can recognize a little bit about the play style and the storyline type. Not that it's the same, but the thing is, you build up your ramparts and you get troops and you fight other troops. So you have two options: either campaign. I've never been very good playing them, I always get stuck. You need to unlock some of them before you can play them. But they are quite tricky, I think. Then you can choose scenarios. And they come on different size maps. There's small maps, which is for a quick game. Medium maps, which takes a little bit longer. Well, sometimes it goes very quick, because the victory condition can sometimes be just to find something. And then it ends up on extra large maps. And this is a thing where I like to play extra large maps. I like to put in the time into it. And I do like to have options. So there is a very, very good source, which is a website called Heroes of Might and Magic, and they have for each of the versions, from the start without a number up to the latest, I think it's Heroes Might and Magic 7, which is the latest, or is it 6? I think 7 has been released, but there you can get extra maps and stuff, and you can download it, and you then have much more to play. A lot of people has sit and created maps. The thing is, there is also an option to create randoms. I don't know if it is in this one. It doesn't actually look like it. The one I have gotten from GOG actually have the option to make random maps, but random maps didn't always work out because they could be bugged and you could risk not be able to move out of your area, for instance, and stuff like that. So let's see, we have roughly 3 hours. So let's take a large map and what do we want? Free for all, lose all your towns and heroes, defeat all enemies. Same there. This one you need to capture a specific town. There's only 4, so it might take a little bit longer to actually it will give you a chance to build up. The victory condition is flag all creature dwellings or defeat all enemies. I find that a little bit dull, to be honest, but I like the ones where you need to take a town. So, 5 ranks. Thought that was 7. So, I do not remember any of these scenarios or maps, so it is going to be very random. I think I'll take Middletown. So we can see what are we playing. As I always normally take red. Why not try that? Inferno is not my favorite to play, but that's absolutely fine. The good with this game is you can actually play multiplayer on hot seat. That means you can play on the same computer. So if you have a friend which come over and you want to kill some time, you can actually jump on and off the computer and sit and play on the same computer. You can play network as well. So let's see what we I think I do use the English interface. So first thing, kill the music. Effect is fine. Here is map scroll. Video is, it sounds fine, I think. So let's see how it goes. You have your, they call it town, I call it ramparts, but never mind. You can either click on it on the map and you come into it. You're supposed to build this up to get better troops. You can see here in the left hand corner where my picture is, that is not useful. So I'm going to, no I'm not, I'm going to move myself. But I need to keep that on so I can see where I move myself. So either I make myself smaller or I move somewhere over here. The problem is Heroes is a rather old game. It doesn't like you are on different screens. So if I do like that, then I'll be smaller today, but I believe you're not coming to see my pretty face, but what I'm putting on the screen. So let's keep that as the standard for now. I think that will work out. Actually, I could put myself in the corner then. couldn't I? That should work as well. Yeah. It's fine. I'll be sitting monitoring you all from the corner and make sure you are kind of awake. Stop now. Jesus. Stay. So, you're supposed to build up the town. You're supposed to get, there's up to 7 sorts of troops, monsters, and I'm supposed to take a certain town. If I click here, I come out to the map again. If I can't remember what the victory condition is, it's capture the town, Middletown. I had a feeling that was the thing. So then I know what am I actually doing. On the large map, I can see where I am. I can actually move myself around here. So if I want to go somewhere else, I can easily do it. A lot of the things on Heroes is actually guided by hotkeys, so you will need to find out what is doing what. That's my spell book. But it is also in the menu over here between the face and the building. So clicking on the building, double clicking actually, will bring you in again. And it tells you down under the face what you have highlighted. Tavern is where you buy more heroes. So the guy here, Aiden, is a hero, and you can have a number of them. This is the village hall, so when I click that, I can see what buildings I can build. And down here in the bottom row, which for some reason you can't see on the screen, why are you being like that? Why is my screen showing up? Like that. I'm sorry for that. That's kind of annoying that you don't have the full screen. For some reason. Speculated if I could make it bigger. So it is really playing with me. It's not going to do what I wanted to do. Damn. Damn. get windowed. No, it still gives the same result. And it keeps falling out when I try to click for the setup. Okay. So I can't change the... Then I lose the game. Okay. But what do I do? I actually, well, as I wanna play the game, I just need to get this changed up here. I have a preview of what it could be, and that's that I need to get off. It's a little bit yeah, that's me. Okay. Yeah, that's my webcam. That's not what I need. Going to try something. I don't know if that will work. Whoop. No, we're still missing the bottom line. Well, I will say that you will have to bear with me a little bit, and I will say that the line which you're not seeing is telling how many resources I have and how much gold I have. It's not important for the gameplay as such, only when I ran out. You have two easy to get resources, which is wood and iron, and then you have four a little bit more difficult to get, which is what are they called? They're called mercury, sulfur, crystal, and gems. And besides that, I have how much gold I have. So, in order to build, I need to look into what am I going to do. Town Hall, it's giving me more money. Citadel is giving me more troops every turn, every week. You get your troops per week. Blacksmith, Marketplace, Mage Guild, adding to things you... Well, Blacksmith gives you some weaponry or an ammo card or a healing tent. Not really useful, but Marketplace is where you can trade resources, but it's very expensive until you have a lot of them. The Mage Guild is where you get spells for your heroes. Some are spellcasters, some are not. Everyone can learn to cast spells, but those which are spellcasters traditionally become better at it. Then Order of Fire gives a bonus to any hero which visits the town. The Storm Clouds is giving a modifier if someone attacks us. Castlegate is very important for towns of the same type in this. These are called Inferno towns because you can make gates between them and you can actually travel very easy between them. That is very, very good thing defensively. Birthing pools give you more imps every week. That's not bad. Cages do the same with hellhounds. And then there is the troops. So what I will do, you can build one per day, and I'll start building so I get more money. Then I will buy all the troops which I can in the town. That's the tavern, that's not what I need now. There's the imps. When you use the arrows, you buy all there is. You take them down. I'm going to swap them around. I like to have, this is a spellcasting or a ranged troop, so I like to have them standing in the corner of the battlefield and protected better. So I could go down and try to attack these, but I think I'm a little bit weak. So Campfire will give us some resources and money. That's a good thing. Down here is some ore, so let's explore a little bit. I will let you know as I run out of resources and say, I don't have any, blah blah blah. I'll try to keep you up to date. So, when you have moved all the movement points of your hero, he is out for this turn, and we need to end the turn to get him in again. What I haven't done yet is I actually always buy a hero to guard my towns. And you do that by moving him in. So he's not on the map, he doesn't have a turn, he will just be sitting there defending if someone comes by and attack. You end your turn by either clicking the send watch or you press E. As there's not many opponents, it goes very quick. These chests have either gold or XP. I will always say take the XP, because the stronger your hero becomes, the better it is. As he levels up, you see he's level 1, all his stats, which is in here, will go up, and he will get more spell points, he will get different things which works for him. For instance, he already have basic wisdom, and that allows him to use up to third level spells, and as he grows this becomes better and better. Basic intelligence, which gives him more spell points. So you have to look a little bit on what it actually is. I took the mine there, so it's a red mine now. You can see it on the little map. It's marked as red, and it will give me 2 ore every day. There is some troops standing, so I'll just move around and see what I can explore without going into battle. I'm allowed to build this day as well, so I think I built the Mage Guild, because getting spells for my heroes is quite a good thing. And he also have a spell book, so he can use them as well. If there's something I don't explain and you're wondering, feel free to ask in the chat. The chat is open for everyone, so even if you don't follow me, you can still ask questions. There's 2 options when you level up. This is Advanced Wisdom, which will give me level 4 spells, or Basic Scholar. Basic Scholar, if you click on your right hand, you can get some information on. And that tells my heroes can actually teach other heroes spells. I don't think that in itself is overly useful, so I would rather have better spells. These stones, learning stones, give you XP once. So you can get basic water basic, which gives you the option to cast water spells. Spells comes in 4 schools: earth, wind, water and fire. And there is 4 schools, and that would give you advanced in those schools. I'll stick with the advanced intelligence because I like to have a lot of skill point, spell points. Here is an artifact. They are scattered all around. This makes my unit immune to the dead rebel spell. That's okay. For now, I don't have anything better, so it's equipped automatically. Something is hiding there. It's a star axis. So when I go to that, I get +1 spell power. That means my spells will be more powerful. There is the wooden thingy. You could buy more heroes, but you only get 1 guaranteed every week which fit your type. If you mix troops, they might get minuses, so I really don't tend to do that if I can avoid it. And having too many heroes running around is not good either. I will buy the marketplace, then I can always sell those resources you can't see. Not that I have overly many at the moment, only stone, because I got a ore mine. Ore, not stone. So, and I don't have overly much gold either. But now we're going to get a little bit more wood. And there is scattered around. Then there's obelisks like this one. They will give me a piece of a map, and at some point you will get a piece with a cross on, and if you find that, there should be a holy grail there where it's marked, but it will be somewhere there. I can't even see where this is. There is a conflux where we can hire some troops. Problem is we might have to fight them to actually be allowed to do that. Then I will build a resource silo. It will give me +1 mercury each day. Resources is very important in this game. Without resources, you'll get stuck. You can't get everything you want. So I can hire them. They cost 350 gold a piece. There's 5 to hire. For now, I will do it. It's not some I will produce myself, so they will probably just be in the way over time. This one, basic ballistic, is good if you have a ballista, a catapult. Well, they all have, but it gives you control of it. But this is better with heroes who are not spellcasters, which is knight type. I stick with the intelligence for now. As one, if I try to get that building, then I will have to probably fight him. If I'm so strong that they can see they most probably will lose, they will try to run away, and otherwise you will have to fight them. So I will continue building citadel. So you can see now I can hire more troops. We are at day 5. You can't see that. That's down in the bottom as well, but I'll keep you up to date. This is a Shrine of Magic. You get something there. I got it dispelled. That one, the water will give you money. 500 the first time, but next time it will give you 1,000 a week. I'm going up for the chest to get more XP. See, now I don't have enough money to build the city hall. That's a little bit of a shame, because that's one which actually gives money, so I'm trying to find one which is not too expensive to build. I actually think I built that so I get more troops. You see, now I get 30 a week on that. Oh, I only get 1,000 a week, so that was a little bit silly. Oh. So, basic diplomacy, that gives you options to negotiate with monsters who are weaker than your group and to reduce the cost of surrendering by 20%. So sometimes they will offer to go with you for a price. That's surrendering, really. But it's better if they just offer to join you without a price. Diplomacy, again, I find it is better with knight-like, so knight-like heroes. So basic estates give me a little bit extra gold a day, so I'm going to take that. It also will give some resources over time. So I'm not really any further with the city hall. I'm actually going to build the cheap ones for now. When I can't, then I'll wait. It's day 7, so we need to buy troops next turn anyway. So up here is imps. You can hire imps for free. I'm doing that. And when you have these creature dwellings, they actually add +1 to how many you can get in your town. See, now I went back to the water wheel and got 1000 gold. So you can see it's gone up to 31 now. I'm going to recruit whatever I can. It's only those 2 still. You see, it was sitting on 30 because that one came on after the 30 had been released. So I could buy something which is not too expensive. If I stick with around 1,000, or I could wait. That cost 50. Oh, I need the blacksmith. Anyway, so let's build the blacksmith. I hope I can find some gold somewhere. So this is second week, day 2. What I haven't told you is there's actually both an over and an underground, but as I haven't discovered anything in the underground, it's all black. But in here is a gate down to the underground, but it's guarded by mobs. So I think I'll go over towards and hire some more of those fire elementals. It's just they give quite a base if I need it. Then I'll go down and take some of the troops down here. I will build that. I have plenty of resources right now. Now I'm starting using them, then some of them is dropping down under 10. There is options to get spells, so you can actually go directly to your town, but they are quite difficult to get your hand on. Question is if I should just let money accumulate so I can get the next one and earn more money. I'm going to leave the imps in the garrison because I don't want to empty totally out. There's some more spells now, so they will just go into the hero spell book. Question is, can I beat them? They don't even want to fight, they just run. So I just let them do that. If you're playing Necromancer, then you want to fight with everything. But here, I don't actually really give a damn. It's about getting so quickly through as possible. So now I get 2,000 gold a day, plus what my hero gets. To see down there was, that's a level 1, 2, 3 mob. It's probably too strong for me, but let's see. So we get in and fight with them. So I can cast spells. I'm going to make precision on this one so it hits better. And these are two different levels. Most troops can, most troops can be upgraded, and a white becomes a raid. So then they become a little bit stronger. So I will take the raid first because it's the stronger. And I'm actually not moving my troops very far, because I want them to come towards me, so I actually get, first of all, my ranged can do some damage, and I get first hit on them, which sometimes is important. How many spells I can cast is depending on how many spell points I have. You can refuel them, but it will take either a turn in a town or a well, which would do it. I cast slow on him, so he is moving slower, so I can actually kind of just grind him down with my ranged. I know it's a nasty tactic, but the fewer you lose, the better it is, and you get XP for winning a battle. So the question is, I should probably just go back and sit in town over so I get filled up with my spell points. I'm going to upgrade the spells even more, because the better spells I have, the better my hero fight. So I always had an idea I had to open this in order for him to get them, but I think that's actually probably not true. I'm going to take that one and then hope I can start. This costs 10,000, so I need to save up for that, so we get 4,000 gold per turn, per day. So it will warn me, but now you can see he has 69 spell point. Can you see that on the screen actually? Yeah, you can. So that's the important thing. You can see it. So let's go down here and check what there is. These towers give you some defensive, and you can see the points here. Attack, defense, spell power, and spell points. Knowledge, sorry. Spell power and knowledge. The knowledge is then depending how many spell points you can get. And you can see it's 69, so there is some bonuses. I'm going down fighting them, they don't want to fight, so I just take that so I get more money. So 15,000. I'm actually going to upgrade that. Might not be the smartest, but upgrading your troops make them better. This is level 3 mobs as well. They are slow, so I should be able to kind of do the same I did with the raids. The only thing is I'm going to put slow on each of them. There is no option to actually cast on all, but you need to have that school up. If you notice, I'll show that with the next spell casting. If you notice, they have these are clouds, these has fire, these are actually water spells, and these are earth spells. So you get one for each level of the spell school you have. So the more of them you have, the better is your troops actually. The better your spells are, not your troops. So, and I need to cast another slow. Actually I always take the furthest away, because I hope I can get these before they get too close. I'm just standing there like a absolute pussy and waiting for them. That one got 4, so I'll take that first. So he should be able to kill that. Damn. A little bit unexpected. Ah well. So actually as long as they are red, I'm not going to cast more slow on them. So that lost me some troops, but well, I see that as an investment. That's okay. I'm going to get some resources. Skill, and the Garden of Revelation gives you a knowledge point. So this is day 1, then I would have to, well, I don't have to, but go in and hire troops. I always take them in the order from the most expensive to the cheapest. So when I can't buy all of them, I actually start filling up with the most expensive, and I might end up that the cheaper ones are not filled up, but if I then get extra gold or something, so then hopefully I can start filling up. So I still have 1900, so I can actually build something. I actually upgrade them. How much is it to? Then I can upgrade them. might not be the smartest, but I have a feeling that will do okay. So I'll go back to the town because I can upgrade some troops. And the question is, I actually think I'll just start building more troops possibilities. I know I probably should wait for the money, but c'est la vie. So, do I have enough to upgrade all these? Yeah. I still have just below 2,000, so I bought some of these, and actually I'm going to buy them and take them with me. This one. He is not, he doesn't fit with mine, but he's an elemental, so he is not overly prone to get bad moral or anything. So we can continue investigating here, and I don't think I can afford to buy anything this turn, no. Not turn, day. Each turn is a day. These houses, which is a war machine factory, you can actually go in. You can buy a ballista, a healing tent, first aid tent, or ammo cards. You can actually run out of ammo with your ranged, and if you use them a lot, then then you need this, but these have 24 shots, which is quite a lot. So I don't really need that with these, but if you have some which have very few shots, and our ammo card will give them extra. So it's about weighing up what you need. I'm not going to spend everything costs gold at the moment, so I'm going to leave it for now. So now I can build something, and I get more hellhounds. Let's go down there. These are both good for night type heroes. Even though basic archery is useful because I have the casting ones, which the ranged ones, which would give them to do a little bit more damage. Vampires is level 4 mob. I'm not going to try to deal with him. So in order to build the capital, I need to build the castle. The castle is only 5,000, so I'll build that. It also do that the defenses of my town is better, so it's very beneficial, and the amount of troops I can recruit every week will grow. So I'm going to build level 4 Mage Guild and bear into, oh, there's Water Walk, that's a good one. Some types of town will only let you build 3 levels, some 4 and some 5. So not all town types are equally good on that matter. So a barbarian town, for instance, can only make up to level 3, where something with high-end wizardry do level 5. Skeletons is level 1. I expected them to just run for it. I'm being asked if I need coffee. I'm still awake, so that's a good thing. So that is not what I need right now. So that's always nice. People are asking. So I'm actually going to just build. I got 4,500 gold. It's not really much, but and it's day 7. This sign comes up on day 1, every time I'm telling you what the week is of. Boom, 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 boom. He takes that. The campfires give gold and a resource, so there's a little bit of a luck of the draw. Okay, now I got the other one. The mills give resources, 6 sulfur, which was good. I'm very low on that. And there is a mercury lab, alchemist lab, which produce mercury, so I'll go in, and as I said, I take them from the top. I might actually use all our money on this venture. Yeah. Could still buy 2 of them. So I'm going to move them around a little bit because I like these to stand in the corner. One thing we have to be aware, these, when they are upgraded, they actually attack what's around the mob they attack as well. So they spread out their fire. It comes to being a little bit more like a... oh, damn. I don't want to fight them right now. There's more of them. Golems, okay. So I just keep upgrading and make sure they are as good as they can be. I will at some point be able to afford, I hope, to buy the capital and get more money, but for now just making the troops better, and then I actually have something which can these Cerberus or Cerberus, Cerberus is multiple, plural. They have a 3-headed attack, so they actually attack 3 enemies when they are, so they are quite powerful. There was movement on the map, that means that someone is close. Mercenary camp, when you visit it, you get asset power. Now I can build a hellhole that gives more troops. So, Griffins, level 3 mob. Actually, I will go back to the town and fill up the troops. So now I can't build anything. Then the gold just accumulates. And you always get to that situation that whatever you can build is too expensive. So it's day 7. I'm actually tempted to just stay there, buy the troops and fill them over. So I will take some of them with me, but not all of them. So I will spread them roughly 50-50. Like that. Well, 60-60 more. Maybe I should buy what I can buy. I almost had 10,000 gold. Yeah, sorry I say coins, because a lot of games is actually not saying gold, but something else, and I always tend to be a little bit confused around that. So now I don't have any gold left. But I actually got an army now. So I have two options. Either go down and try to chase that green one, or go up, kill that, get the bonus there, get some gold there. I could take those which comes up in these every week, but I don't actually want any more of them. The imps is not upgraded in the dwelling, so it's not really overly beneficial to take them. This will cost me 1,000 gold to take either an attack or a defense skill. As they say, 3-3. I always try to keep them as close as possible. So here I'll just take one of them. So if there was another building like it, then I would take the defense so they follow. It's more so they are not too far from each other. These are kennels, that is the these, so getting +1 every week is not a bad thing. Oh, let's check one thing. Okay, the level 4 spells did come in, so I could recruit them, but as they're not upgraded, I just leave them. They want to join me. I have a spell. That's another artifact. It's a helmet and it gives +3 to knowledge. That's not bad. Now I'll go and I wanna actually say no, because I don't have any space and I don't really want too many, which is foreign to me, but let's go and see. We can't build anything. Fair enough. He wanna fight. Yeah, I thought they would. So vampires is a little bit tricky, especially if they're upgraded, because then when they hit you, they regenerate life. When they're not upgraded, they're not as bad, but the thing is, they can hit you without you retaliating, so they are not the nicest of enemies to fight. I'm just going to protect my raised tree. So I'm going to slow him as well, and I'm going to attack him with that. Those I will leave. Oh, better. I'll go and attack him now, because the quicker I can kill that down, the better it is. So he can't retaliate against the dogs. And I could actually let them just bang him. And if you noticed, I actually damaged more on my own than they did. So always be careful what you do with those gogs. No, not familiars. Magogs. They are quite hefty on your own troops. These stones will change your moral and luck. But you lose troops when you fight. Now I can build the capital, so I'll get 4,000 gold per turn. Now I have 5 gold left. I don't know if I can do them. So now I can build down here. I'll do that. 500 gold left. Yeah. I will try to see if I can kill him. So slow will not really help here, because He will shoot later than mine, but they will be standing still. So what I'm going to do is actually use forgetfulness, and then he doesn't know how to do ranged. I think I lied. Okay. This doesn't really help here. So, forgetfulness might only work on archers. I don't know. Half of the selected, okay. So when you're standing next to a range, they are actually not allowed to use ranged. So if I shoot him with that now, that one will take damage, and I really don't want to do that. There's absolutely no reason to kill your own troops. So before I take him, I will go back and fill up with troops. It will take some time, but it's day 7, so we are actually close to get more. So that's something you can do in other Heroes 3 games. When you click on these, you could actually put troops into them, but it doesn't seem like you can do that here. That's fine. So I'm just buying troops. It's going to take some time before I'm back and can fill up. So that means I might have to disband those troops I can't use. That's fair enough. So we are starting getting a little bit more gold. So. I actually think I'll disband this. This is actually kind of stronger. Let's take them with me. So where do I want to go? I have everything up there. I think I'll go up and take that. I like to clean out so I don't have anything hanging. I'm low on sulfur. Don't have much of that. You wanna go with me? They are level 3 mobs. Needs 9, 10, 8. So they're actually stronger than them. They're just very slow, but never mind that. Kind of one of these that I can actually sacrifice them with conscience. So I have 2 options down here. We are day 5. So I'm actually tempted to go back to the town. That one I'm not going to build until I have other. It costs 10,000 and there's no need to waste those money now. It's better to get as many troops as possible and also get these things. So I'll let him stand in town until day 1. It's day 7 now. So I got 3,000. No, I got 1,800 left. So it's not overly much I take in, but I can buy some devils. Not any of those. One of those. One of them. One of them. One of them. And that's it. So I'm going to disband them. Put my devil there. What? I am being stupid. Yes. Go down here. Want to clean up that way down first. I have a little bit of a suspicion that the town we're looking for might be in the middle on the underground or something like that, but you really never know. Clicking the horse will just let your troops move, your hero move. So might as well take the. So these, there's different types of, it's called Medusa stores, this one. It's places where there's mobs, but there's also a certain type of riches. You will have to fight something, well, it would be Medusas. They are not the strongest range there is, but they might petrify you. So it will look like that. There's one upgraded. Doesn't make much difference, but I will just attack them. Send that up there. That one go there. He petrified that. Okay. So I attacked that one mostly. Three there, one there. Actually, I take the one. Because that one can come across. I only lost 2 imps, so that's okay. So, basic Eagle Eye is, it can learn spells which is used in combat that can be useful. So I got 8 sulfur and 4,000 coins out of it. That's not bad. So we continue down to try to kill him. He is running. Good. And we get that. The gems we just got is the lowest we have of resources, so that was actually quite good to get that. I'm still not building that until I have another house. Town. So gold golems, are they strong? Yeah. They're medium mob, 50 health. That's roughly what my mediums are. So not overly bad. What I'm going to do is I'm using the slow thing. And then I'm going to be a little bit passive. To come to me, and I want to grind them down as much as I can. They do not give extra gold, unfortunately, even though they are made of gold. So just leave them there for a little bit. That's my main problem when I'm actually playing games, is my copy get cold. I tend to forget it. But yeah. So I'm going to let him shoot one more because he's in range now, so not take much more. So this time I'm going to do it a little bit different. I'm waiting because I'm going to shoot first, get you hit both, and then I will attack them with all troops. I will of course lose some troops on that account, but there. The thing is, most mobs can only retaliate once, and after that they are just sitting there waiting to be slaughtered. That said, there is some mobs which can actually retaliate multiple times. So I lost a little bit, but that's okay. artifact. Ever smoking ring of sulfur. It gives +1 sulfur every day. Those kind of artifacts are good, but it's not something you normally would like to run around on your heroes with. So when I get back to the town, I will hand that over to the hero I got in the town. So we can upgrade the devils. And that's pretty much it. We need resources. And the gems is very low. Others we have. So when the gems comes up, we can build the top level of the mage guild. That's good. These mystical gardens give either resources or a little bit of gold. That's a garrison. I'm going to leave that for now. Library of Enlightenment. You go in there. Problem is you have to be at least level 10 with your hero to gain something. But it gives you +2 attack, defense, spell power and knowledge. Once per hero. So you only get it once. We don't have all the things we need, so I'll just go. Warlefog. So pack, lots, few, lots. Can we deal with him? There's only one way of finding it out. His problem is he has very mixed troops. So actually going to put precision on that. And let him go forward and actually attack. Devils hate. Devils hate angels and the other way around, so they get some bonuses. And my devils are dead now. That's not good. That's really not good. So he summons I'm going to do that to stall them a little bit. That didn't work out. This is not good. It is honestly not good. So I can either surrender or retreat or get totally taken out. So I try to retreat. Thing is, then can buy my own hero back. He loses the troops, but it's day 7, so I hope I can get enough troops to actually do a difference. But that is absolutely not good, being beaten up by them. So, damn. That is not good. That is really not good. It takes them more than 1 day to come to the town. I'm going to run over there and get the 1,000 gold to buy more troops for. They are stealing everything in their way as well. Well, I would have done the same, so to be honest, that is not. So I'm simply just trying to get as many troops as I can before they come back. If they take my town, I'm fucked. Well, that's game over. So that would literally mean I had taken a very wrong path to go. I would say the more troops I can get, the better chances I have. And this is unfortunately what sometimes happens. You have to stand and hope the best. And yeah. I could sell a little bit of my resources to get a little bit of coins, but it's not even worth it. I'm actually just standing waiting for them to come. I hope they come one at a time and I have a chance. Otherwise, I don't. Now there's a freaking blue coming down there. might actually be to our benefit. He will be down next turn. Okay. I don't have any range, so trying to get as much as I can. He has some very hefty bonuses on him. You see, attack skill 7, but it's with bonus 20, so it's really nasty. My troops are better, but they are really I would like to know what he actually have, which gives them all those bonuses. There must be a lot of artifacts. Rocks are going to be my downfall. Or are they? fight as long as I can. Probably should get 3 attack with the rocks. Not anymore. And he ran. So we're still alive. Fortunately, I have to continue down the same route and gain troops back. But we're still alive. That's a good thing. I would say the longer I can hold it, the bigger army I can build. Because he's going down and fighting the blue, that means they will both be weakened quite a bit, I hope. I must admit, this is not the most visual enchanting, and I clicked the wrong one. This is not the most visual for a stream that I'm actually sitting just filling up, but if I'm to survive and get anything out of the game, I need troops. I really need troops. So my devils were actually not bad. Okay. 320. Just take what I can get. So this is a race against time now. What does he have? He actually doesn't have a lot, so still can't build that. $250. And get one of those. Damn, he did what I didn't want him to do. I didn't think he could get in. Oh, he lured me good there. So I'm using some alternative things. I'm not going to go out of the castle. I'm trying to hoping that the tower defense can actually grind them down. They do not have overly strong troops. Unfortunately, I don't have any more spell points. Yeah. This is a very defensive play, but it's all I have. Problem is, I don't control them. It's only if I have that skill. Come on, Towers, take him out. Yes. Ah. So, first thing went actually okay. So, now we need our mines back. And to be honest, if anything comes running, I will withdraw to my castle. So, you might have noticed I then went over to not buy them until day one again. It's more so I actually can accumulate the money. I rather want that. He has not put any there. I'm not going in there yet. Now I can buy at the level 5. Need to see what that is. Fire elemental, so I can summon one in battle. Some in battle and damn. So he's a 6th level Oh God. This is shit to say it. This is really bad. I think this is very close to be game over. Oh dear. How much does it cost now? 10,000, do I have that? No. Oh, this is painful. So I surrender. Buy him again. And what do I do? Do I try to create an army? Well, what I'm thinking is that actually worded, I did not really do much damage to him. So why are they so strong? Do they have more than one town? That is a possibility. I think that I will take the defeat here, and I cannot restore that part. So it's shite, but that's how it is. I must admit, I haven't played Heroes in base form for a very long time, so yeah. That's not an excuse, but you know, I try one more and see how that goes. If that goes as bad, then it's just what it is. You can choose any color. Sometimes you can also choose what the starting town is. You can actually choose the starting hero. Bonin, Valeska, Sylvia, Lord Hart, Sorsha, Christian, Tiris, Ryan. I prefer to take one which is a spellcaster. That's just. But let's see if we do it better in a castle, and then it's I got 4 cities, 4 towns, so that's it's a little bit different to play with. With that also means we can have more heroes because we can better support it. So before I do that, I normally go through the towns. There's no troops there. There's troops here, so I will just hire them. I don't have overly much gold to start with, but hopefully. Okay, so I will get someone to stand in the town, but I will only choose the proper ones. So not see, here is a demoniac and a heretic. They belong to other types of towns, so I'm not taking them. I will only take the proper ones. Okay, then I will start building. Fort is very important, mostly because you actually need that in order to build troops, really. So the problem is I don't have enough stone and wood, ore or wood to actually do it. So we have a little bit, so let's go out and explore the area. Let's see. Oh, that's wood. You can see there's some. I'm not going to fight wild. He is very well equipped for so early. I'm actually going to take the things here. That's actually practical when you have archers. That one is not useful yet. A little bit of trouble if he just runs down to my town. To stay unguarded. That is not really what I would like. Damn, this is that's a rough start. That's a very rough start. Why is he so well equipped? That is very annoying. I do not mind things are hard or difficult and stuff like that, but if it's directly unbalanced, then it's really annoying. And I'm not even playing on a high difficulty setting, so it's not like I'm overconfident or anything. Kind of have to see how it goes. So far so good. I kind of try to build what I can. Yes, I know I'm going to need certain things, but I'm still alive. Really what we needed. So that one doesn't have any troops, this one have troops. So let's buy what we can. And I'm going to buy a hero to set here as well. I did not realize that the troops were actually upgraded here, so that's a little bit off. You might wonder why I'm actually building a marketplace, but the thing is that I need to have the option when I get enough ore to build, so I get resources in the town as well. the moment I'm struggling with ore and wood, so well, I don't have any ore at all. I have some wood. So with a little bit of so I'm giving you a demonstration of a game which not very kind to me. Not very kind at all. So I would say this now I'm pouring coffee down myself. This is not funny. So I'm thinking again. As I said, I haven't played this for a very long time, so I am probably out of shape with it. My little dog is barking. So yeah, I might not be in shape for this, and that's fair enough. And as I explained, I actually have been playing another version of the game, which is kind of the same but different. So is this their evaluation of it? I don't know. Thing is, I can't run away, I can't do anything. The only thing is I can try is actually to kill as many of their troops as I can. And hope I can take my city back, a town back. That would be a struggle, I think. So the question is there any cheat codes? Well, this is a game which used to actually, if you cheated, put you on the top score list and called you a cheater. So no cheat codes that I know about. The only thing you can actually differ with is this is not going to go well, is it? The only thing you can actually do anything about is the difficulty of the game. Sometimes you get your own back, but no. No. They are not as overly powered as the earlier one. So I don't know if this will work. So I let the weakest attack the weakest, so to speak. Will that be beneficial? Problem is they have more stronger ones than I have. You know what? If I kill him. At least I have a fighting chance. Not much, no. Ah, damn. Yeah, I know I can run away, but run to where? This is unfortunately not good. This is too strong, no matter what. That is too harsh for me. I will take another little game and see how it goes, but I need a short break first. So be back in a short moment. Sorry for the break. I just realized something that actually makes a difference. I'm sitting playing on smaller maps, and that does make a difference, because on a bigger map I actually get more time to kind of build myself up. So the time expires. I don't like those where time expires, because you have to do them quickly. Capture town, lose all. Okay, I'm going to put it down a notch, because as I said, I have not played for a very long time, so bear with me, and hopefully I can give a fair demonstration of the game, instead of me being beaten up all the time. I'm also aware we might not be able to finish the game in this go, but again, I will eventually put polls on my Twitch page, and then I will let you guys vote and decide whether you want me to continue some games we have played, or play new games, or whatever. This is a demonstration of Heroes, and yeah. Oh, this is one of those where you are actually limited to what you can actually get. That's interesting. Okay. That is not the greatest, these kind of maps, but let's see how it goes. So I'm going to take all the troops. I bought a spell book for him. It's not going to be his major thing, but spells sometimes give a little bit of an edge in a battle. So, I'm running out of coffee here. Oh dear. Maybe I should ask the people to, if they can provide some coffee. So let's explore and see. Oh, there's a mine. That's very useful. That one, I will not try to take them on right yet, but I can buy a knight and put into town. Give a spell book as well. And I did build something, didn't I? Yeah. Okay, let's see how this goes. It might not go better. This hill fort is a place where you can actually upgrade your troops. Actually, I will do that. For one simple reason is, the better troop I have, the better chances I have. See here, I can buy the resource silo, so it gives +1 wood and +1 ore. So I'm not going to run out as easy as I did in the other game. That's water, so I'm actually going just to make space around my town, because if I can't see what there is, then I can't see if anyone comes towards me. What? noticed I took a Earth Magic. I always do that if I get it, because if I can at some point put slow on all the opponents and I have archers, I can actually do quite a difference in a battle. So lots of goblins, that's relatively weak. So let's, oh there we go. So I got goblin barracks, so I can hire goblins there. I'm not sure I want to do that. That's not really something I want to mix with my troops. However, I'm going to take them anyway. Because could be I get a hero with this barbarian or something like that, and I could use that to kind of farm them. Lighthouse gives a little bit extra to the ships I might own. I don't know if I'm getting any ships. I am probably. Requires castle, which I can't build. That is a little bit odd. However, sometimes there is a kind of a scripting which makes the cities build up by themselves. So I'm actually going to make sure I have some kind of troops. So I can build that up. That is not totally useful, but now I'm low on resources. That's kind of expected. Mage Guild take up a lot of resources. There's a sign, Dragoon's Cavern. Don't know if that means Dragon's Cavern. No. Have to wait until I have resources. I'm going to take basic wisdom as well, so we can do some better spells. I'm curious, so I'll go down and see if it is dragons or dragoons. Canals. Should be able to. They want to come along. Let's just take them for now. Unfortunately, I don't have slow, but I hope I can get it. I have, so I can build that one. And the castle can only go to level 4. So, water walk. That's one which can be useful sometimes. floating in the water. You can pick that up with a ship. A temple, you kind of pray and the morale of your troops go up. You can ask, do morale actually matters? And yeah, it does. Especially if you are having mixed troops. If your morale is low, they don't want to fight. So I'm just filling up and then waiting and see what happens. That's lizardmen. That's they shoot arrows. They want to come along as well. Black market. You can buy different artifacts there. They are just very expensive. 5,000 for that gold. However, later when you have loads of resources, you can actually swap resources for it instead. That one is quite a good thing. If you can collect all 5 of them, then I think you can create a combined artifact out of it. The reason I say that, I'm not sure how that works in this package, but you should be able to. Well, I'm not wasting anything. Oh, slow, that's great. Several mark. I have to fight them. Oh. I say yes to that because I need that town, so... So now I got the earth magic all up. If I click slow, it will cast it on all of them. So that way, that troops are kind of stuck. I'm letting my ranged deal the damage here. I know they are shooting back, but they shouldn't really be overly matched here. So you will find neutral towns, and if you take them, they become yours, and you can then govern them like you do with your start city town. I keep saying city. I know there's a difference between a town and a city, but so I lost one arrow guy. So go in, look. It only have mage guild, which is limited. Good. I'm going to leave it as it is for a moment. Just see. Yeah, still nothing. Yeah. I'm actually going to buy the resource silo first. Even though I have plenty of wood and ore, then I know it's important to keep getting it, and buy a spellbook for him as well. Okay. So, heck of magnet. But let me recover more spell points a day. Should I, shouldn't I? So I'm going to build up the town so it becomes as good as possible. I have a feeling they would wanted to join me. A Sears HUD is an annoying device. Actually, I might be wrong because some of them give you sort of quests and others show you parts of the map, so I might actually remember wrong. So, get up to castle. Are they coming with me? Oh, they just run. So this is a dwarven treasury. There will be dwarves in there, and again you will get something out of it. So more than I expected, but okay. I'm going to do the same tactic, slow them down, and they're already slow, so that's not bad. I will have to fight them though, but I have to try to protect my ranged. You see, this one has actually not been hit by slow because dwarves has a magic resistance. So I'm going to try to kill him first. You see, my spell power is not very big, so it doesn't last too long. Probably should have just waited until I had shot with the ranged, but yeah. I lost it, but I got something out of it. I can build a capital there, so I get more coins. So you can only have one capital. There's a horde. They might want to fight. Yeah, I will actually start building up the troops. I don't know how long I can be safe from other players, so it's better just to make sure you get as many and as good troops as possible. I will just leave them here now. the reason I'm going to do that is I will fill up eventually, but as long as it's there, it's fine. You see here, the attack skill is 4 and the defense skill is 9, so I'm actually going to take attack skill here. This is a monolith two-way. It will go to another monolith. Yeah. Don't do that. I have a feeling it will go up here. They look as the same, but I don't know. But I want the skull mine. Gold is very, very good to have. So I just keep building up without upgrading them yet. Who's Snuggle? It's probably some okra or something like that. So now I have been through it. I will add so I get more griffins. Estate. I'm very curious, so that sometimes makes it wrong for me. If I want cavalry, then I need the stables. I'm low on resources, but I'm okay with gold, so underground skeletons. They want to join me. Actually, I take them with me. More than I don't know what's down here. Might be a bad idea, but it's one of them. I can always dispose of them if I don't like them. Lots of raids, so let's upgrade it. Basic learning give more XP, so I take that. Can I? They ran, so So this artifact is guarded by a few rocks. Remember how much trouble I had with the rocks in the earlier game. Here I'm going to slow it, and I have 3 range, so I should be able to get it down without losing anything out. So I got a pendant of death, and that's actually not something I want. It renders my units immune to destroy undead spell. I should not have any undeads. I know I do with the skeletons, but they are not going to last forever. So I'm going to buy the lighthouse. I actually have a shipyard here. So I'm going to buy a hero. But I'm going to wait until after day 7. But I'm going to buy the ship. You know why I'm waiting? Because then I'm going to fill up with troops. And hopefully that's the right thing to do. It's day 6 now, so it won't be long. The ship is there. Good. This one is clearing the underground, getting some resources, so it gives more XP when I get it, so it kind of levels up quicker. So I'm waiting to get resources for that. It's going to take time. So now I'm going to upgrade. I'm taking the archers first because they are kind of one which gets the biggest leap with upgrading, because they get to attack twice, or shoot twice, so it gives a little bit more power out to them. I'm going to see that. And now I always buy troops from the top, unless I'm in a situation where I kind of have to do it due to enemies at the gate or something like that. So I bought all the troops, then I will actually upgrade the griffins as well. To move a little bit around. If you're wondering why I put them as I do, I always have the range standing up in a corner, and then it goes down to the flying ones in the other corner, so because they can very often cover big distances on the battle map. So put him on the ship and go out and explore the black area. That's another temple. Get some more. I can go back there. So I'm not going to make landfall with him unless there is something I really want on the land that we come across. This is actually practical because there's something you can use. Here, now I will just upgrade them all. Still, there is some which would be more beneficial, but I think it will be upgraded. Oh, I need anything. Actually, 6. That is good for defense. Bug to it, I would say. That happens sometimes on a map which is player made, that you end up with something which could be bugged. It's not much you can do about this. I don't know if this is a player-made map or not. So mermaids, they give you luck. There's a man swimming around. artifact. They don't all have that. But if you're lucky and you get what you want, fair play. So I really need resources, and I have a feeling they might be up here, but there is a refugee camp. Oh god, now I can't speak English anymore. In them you can actually hire troops. It's random troops every week, so you don't know what troops there is, which kind of maybe a little bit hit with hobgoblins. These, I don't have any of them in my, and I'm not really going to fill that up. If I do have troops that are different, then if it's one I have, I might actually hire one. So these we need a tent for, and I have a feeling we need to get down there. What's the wind condition? Ah, okay. I have a feeling that might be down there somewhere. So now I can only build angels, but I need gems and mercury to do that, so a little bit in a situation I have to wait. There's a well that will fill up my spell points. Monastery is where you can get what are they called? Monks. Missions that will help seeing what other troops, other heroes has in their troops. I have to fight, there isn't many, but it's bad enough. The best spell you can get in that situation is normally blind. Because then you can make them blind, they can't see what they're doing, and then they will... you can move all your troops over before you do anything, but that's not really an option here. The thing is, I built monks in our town, so getting their dwelling is actually quite beneficial. One of the things I do with ships is actually trying to find out where the enemies are and how well they are. Here we built some troops. I know now that to build that I'll need 10 of each of the expensive resources. So we had 7 mercury and 8 gems, so we don't need much, and then we can actually build the angels as well. There's another necromancer necklace. I do not need anything which improve necromancy skills with this one, so that we're going to leave. Is that red? Blue. Yeah. So at this point I'm not actually going to go down. I want to investigate first to find out if he's strong or not. This hero doesn't have overly good troops. They are actually more than this one. Be careful on ships if you're standing next to land. Things might actually be able to attack you. So 8 mercury, 8 gems. I'm going to visit that. I'm actually going to upgrade everything I have here. 2 of them was free because they were level 1 mobs. That's the one I just upgraded. So I have 9 mercury, 9 gems. They both come over to 10 now, so that's good. So with the castle you need a lot of gems, so actually that's why I went in and took them. So we build it once, and I believe the next one is the same. Yeah, 10 of each. So we are doing quite well with gold, so that's actually a good thing. Okay, something turned black here. That might be there is a necromancer town nearby. So actually what I have least of is mercury, so I'm going to go for it. So I want to know where that necromancer is living. But okay, so yeah, 37, eliminate 12, 9. So actually I'm going to exchange them with them. This one is a Naga bank. There is Nagas and they are relatively strong, so I'm not going to go for them now. But I'm going to build that. So it turns black that way down. So it's a little bit of the more towns you have, the better it is. Literally. So the more you can, that one is good. Then I can go to any town I want. So, well, I can do it because I have the earth magic all up. Otherwise I can only go to the nearest town. That is actually good. If we are under attack, I can then move to a town and try to defend. Should I stay and just get filled up? I'll take that as well. So it wasn't because I couldn't afford it, but I didn't have enough gems to buy them. You need gold and resource for the level 7 mobs, so that's it's just a shame for now. So what can we build here? I actually want the arrows first, and then these. Can I build anything? A city hall. So this is another one which cannot have anything in it. He's taking it down that way. I wonder if he's strong. That's not too bad. So I will buy a light, which might not help much at this point, but eventually, if someone comes by, then at least we have a fighting chance. Don't do that. I need to see the map. It's one of the problems scrolling sideways when you have multiple screens. I keep getting out on the other one. So he's actually come down where my main city is. Over here, there's something between that and us. So fist. I'll actually only think of what I have, because I don't want to. How strong is he? Server, hold, server, pack, fuel. Okay, it's the blue, which is the necromancer. Okay, that's fine. So, can I build anything there? No, not at all. So, everything is built up. So, until we get new stones, everything is as it is. So, I'm actually going to try to deal with him. I'm going to slow him. One is not slowed. Okay. That's actually not so bad. So I always go for the range first, and then I go from the top, taking the most difficult. I did expect him to actually he only has 2 spell points, poor guy. I'm actually going to try to kill him. There we go. That one can stay where it is for now. Then I'll try to kill that one. So he stole our mercury. He came from down here. So I have to go and have a look at that. As I said, the other one is mainly looking at the ship lanes. So he started stealing from us, then we steal from him. I'm not sure how I managed to actually get around that. So should be able to take that. That's famous last words, isn't it? No, I don't want them. I want his city, town, whatever it's called. I can see it turns black around, so I know it's somewhere in the area. So this one doesn't have slow or any useful spells, so I'll have to do it a little bit different. So it's always about getting the range out of the barrel first. This is actually not really making the big difference here, but it could. So always get your flying in, take out as much range there is, and then let your range try to grind them down. So they are equally bad. So you can only get in through holes in the wall, or if they have opened the gate. It's a little bit stupid actually to open the gate, but especially if you are outnumbered. But there's not even a hero in the town, so so here, this is quite special. There's all 5 levels, and you can build a building which gave 1 spells extra at each level. So there's a lot of spells in these towns. Actually, you can put quite a lot of. And there is a wizard, so I'm actually just going to go out of the town, and I'm going to build the wizard which belongs to this one. Put in. Actually, I will build troops. More so we can actually defend if we need to. Almost the blind I talked about. Town? That's a good question. So actually, even though I have plenty of gold, I will buy the city hall. I will keep him here until there's another city. He wants the Clinton of Death, which the other one have. This is a morally one-way entrance. I'm not going to take that because I have no clue where I might end up. It might be fine, but it might also be a trap. If it's a two-way, at least you can get back to the same point. What the... Oh no. You can leave to let it be an auto combat. I'm actually doing that because I have no chance of winning this. That's the northern town I took. Okay. So that's the pink. So there's some pink up there. And that was actually the one I saw earlier. So. I need to do something with him. Can I take it with these troops? So I should be able to. So that one is the next one. There's not many of them, but go on a little bit. Those are very slow, so even though there's higher number, I'm not so scared about them. Oh, he's using Dead Ribble against me, yeah. I have a feeling that would happen. Again, this is costing me, and that is going to be difficult with the town. Because that has... Wow. This is a little bit more tricky, and I might have been a little bit too cocky, but let's see. So, ranged. When you're fighting against lichers, be careful not to put your troops next to each other. So I'm going to do it again because it is the best I can do. Actually. Then. Oh, that was good. Took only one of them. Well, I'm going to hope I can take them out. I had a feeling. So he hadn't been able to buy his troops. That's sad. Cleric, warlock. So the only thing is now I have to be careful because those pinkies is actually on the move. So, oh, it's day one. So I'm going to buy. This time I could buy more. Good. So I lost some troops, but I actually should be able to fill some new ones up. This one, I would prefer to have a hero there, but I want one which is correct because these troops are very often that type which actually make other lose morale and stuff like that. So I'll move them around a little bit. How far is the upgrade thingy? Oh, I can't see it now. I will leave it there for this turn so it can go full on the on the health. I think unfortunately we have reached a point where we will have to save the game, and time is actually getting to the end of my stream, so I will save it. And then I will say that if you want, at a later point I pick up the game and continue it, then I will start doing polls, not next Saturday, but the Saturday after, because I will be playing a relatively new game next Saturday. That's already determined. I've been lured into play Metro, so I'm actually going to give that a try. I never played it before, so it's something we can try together. And first I will have an update on different games and news about that, and then we'll take it. Please follow the channel if you like what you're seeing. It would help a lot. Feel free to use the chat, and if you want to see me more from my hand, my YouTube channel has a lot of No Man's Sky stuff, and there will also come other things eventually. I think I actually might start recording some, for instance, hero games, civilization games, other games, and maybe give some hint and tips how actually to get better gameplay out of them. But thank you for watching, all of you, and have a continued good night. I'll be back tomorrow at 8 o'clock UK time with No Man's Sky, and thank you. All take care out there. Bye for now.